So you're welcome to today's study group. Like every other day, we'll be doing the same 50-10 Pomodoro sections. So we'll be having 6 sections, making it 6 hours. So we'll have 50 minutes of sprint time and 10 minutes of mindful break. So during the sprint time is the time for us to do the deep work, is the time for us to focus on our work. So I want you to bring your tasks today like every other day, and let's do it. So it will be a very productive 6 hours. I want you to prepare what you want to achieve today and join me. Join us in this community. Please, you can read the community guideline. It's very important that you are kind to others and that you are focused when it is the focus time, and during the break time that you enjoy your break. So it's time for you to learn how to maintain a good work and rest balance. Is very important. So I wish you a very productive first 50 minutes. That's the first 50 minutes after I'm cleaning my glasses. I needed to be in order for me to start work. So yeah, that's it. It's clean enough, I believe.
Finally home. Let's get dinner sorted. Yeah, that's not gonna work. I forgot to restart.
So you are welcome. We've started already. This is our the first 50 minutes of sprint time. Then it will be followed by the next 10 minutes of break. So remember that we go on break after every 50 minutes of work. That means we'll work from 10 to 10:50, then we go on break for 10 minutes and start again 11, and go on break at 11:50, start again, work for 15 minutes, then again break. That's how it goes till it's 4 p.m. And these 6 hours, I want you to get the most out of your time. And how do you do that? Is to prioritize your work, to prioritize what you're doing. So let's see how you can get what you want out of it. The first thing is to determine which is important of all your works. Which one do you want to achieve, which is important and which is urgent? There are some that are urgent but they are not important, and there are some that are important but not urgent, which means you have enough time to still work on those. And those that are urgent but not important, I don't think that they really deserve your focus time. So you look at those that are important and they are urgent, so you bring them along. 3 of it. Don't bring everything. You don't have 1,000 hands, but you can have 2 eyes that see one thing at the same time, so you have your focus. So once you're focused, it will help you to achieve more. So in this productivity space, we teach how to balance your work and rest time. We teach you how to improve your focus, we teach you how to improve your memory, how to improve your retentive ability, and your ability to recall and retrieve information is very important to us. So during the break time, we'll be speaking on the ways and the strategies you can apply to improve your ability to recall, your ability to retain information, how to improve your memory. Those are the things that we talk about during the break. And during the deep work time, which is the 50 minutes, is the time for us to focus on our work. And how do we do that? Is to put your attention, your focus, your concentration to the task at hand, so you don't get distracted. So you have to reduce everything that you know that distracts you, like notifications and the screen. That if you have your phone by your side while working, you can just maybe put it on flight mode if you're not expecting any call. But if you know that there might be emergencies, you can put it on but reduce the volume and focus on your work. Many people, they work and work because one, they are working within 1 hour, they've checked their phone for like 40 minutes maybe. They think they are even feeling guilty about it. You don't need to feel guilty about it. The technology that they are giving us now, they are all designed to catch your attention. They are all designed to capture your memory, to manage your attention within just 3 seconds. So before you even notice that this is not important or is important, you're already into it, and you'll be browsing from UK to Australia to Africa. That is just how it moves. So you need to deliberately tell yourself that this is the focus time, and that is what you will gain from this space. So if you're working, join us and let us gain this together. Especially for those researchers, for those that have a lot of work, you're a mother, you're a father, you have family, you have other should I say duties and responsibilities that are taking your focus of the should I say what you think should be your achievement. This is the space for you. So within these 2 days, we work for 12 hours, 6 days each day, 6 hours each day. So that will help you to focus and achieve. And I can tell you, these 6 hours has done a lot. People will always ask, how do you do this? Somebody was asking last week, say, when do you have the time to do all this? Is because of the attention. So it's very important that you fix your attention to the things that matters. You don't divide it. Multitasking is good, but it's not needed for deep work. If you want to achieve great things, then it's time for you to train your focus. It's time for you to train to put your mind to achieve one thing at a time, to know how to outsource when it is necessary, and know what you can do, know what to give your energy, because not everything deserves your energy, not everything deserves your time. So your time is precious, and that is one most important resource that is not renewable in human life. So use it wisely as we started now. So once is 10:50, we'll be on break again. So today we'll be speaking on how to improve our productivity while reducing your stress. Is very important, because the society we are living in now, when you look at it, you see that it's full of stress. People are stressed, they're on the run, they're on survival mode day in, day out, and that is not healthy for us. So I wish you are very productive. Is remaining 40 minutes from now. So after that, you know, this is the introduction, which we do with 10 minutes each day. So we have started, and let us continue with that. Every 50 minutes we go on a mindful break, and you must be present in your break if you are joining us, and be present in your work time. So I wish you a very productive time during this first section. Okay, so we come to the end of this section, this break time, so you can go on your break. And for those that will be joining the discussion, you can just send your chat in the chat box, so we discuss that. So we are looking at how we can improve our productivity. How can we be more productive? I don't know how many of us that has been in that space where you have a lot to discuss, you have a lot to do, you have a lot of ideas, you have a lot of things at hand, but when you look down, you see you have only 2 hands, and you have 24 hours, you have limited energy. That has always been a problem to very productive people. They have a lot of ideas, they have a lot of innovation, creativity, things that are running through their minds, and it's never easy to keep going. But one thing I want you to note today is that you shouldn't trust your brain to be the best storage unit. It's unlike every other storage unit. The storage unit that your brain can do is to learn how to create or recreate things, to learn how to walk around it. So that's how you develop your brain. But just making your brain a dumping ground for ideas might not be a very smart idea. So let us look at how we can improve our productivity, because most times you have these good thoughts, you have this brilliant idea, you have this good song, you have these thoughts that just came to you. I will tell you a story. There is one of my poems, I think is online now, that they say who drew the line. I can still remember that was in 2020 when I was walking down to a place I'm working. As I looked, I saw the bird that just hung on a rope, and it occurred to me, I said, without human intervention, it wouldn't have been like this for these birds. But this is what they are facing because of human activities. So that gave birth to that very lovely poem, Who Drew the Line, Who Drew the Line. So when you read through that, you see a lot of inspiration. If I left that to a time that, oh, let me go home, or after my work, or when I have the time, then I'll write it, I would have lost it. I lost one that was just day before yesterday. I had this inspiration, I wanted to write, but I looked, oh, I was doing something. I say I was actually on I was attending a live program, I was in a meeting, so I couldn't just go out of it. But I was saying, oh, I hope I remember this, I hope I remember this. But because I wasn't using my own laptop, I couldn't write it down. But when I had the time to do it, I saw that yes, the inspiration, that motive, or how I thought about it wasn't flowing anymore. So that's how it works. When you have such ideas, you have a lot of unwritten maybe poems, you have songs, many songs that I wrote down, then many stories that I wrote down when I was growing up. I know that yes, some of them I lost. I really lost them because when I went home, somebody already packed them out and put them out, and they were soaked, and that was gone. But that wasn't actually a waste, because it taught me how to write, it taught me how to put and pen down my ideas. So don't trust your brain to be a dumping place for your ideas. You can always get a pen, a paper, always when you are going out. If you are not the type that will carry a pen or paper, you can use your recorder, your phone recorder. You can also use your text messages. In my text messages, I mean to my husband, that's like a constant thing. Sometimes he will just see things that doesn't flow, things that doesn't follow, because there I'm storing, I'm trying to keep up with my thoughts, to keep things safe. So that is just how that works for me. So you can create that, you can have a pen and paper to write down your ideas. Another thing you can do is to use your phone recorder. And some of us that doesn't know that we have phone recorder, you can search it out, and if you don't have one, or you think the one that you have is not that's really good, you can download an external app, a recording app that you can use and record your thoughts. So whenever it comes to you, you record it. Make sure that you store it safe. That will keep it, that will show it to, when you go back to it, is going to bring you back to that vibe, to that which made you to write it down, which will help you to go on in creating and developing that idea. So it's very important that you are always with pen, paper, phone, or your laptop to write down. Just have a book, and have, if you are writing it down in your laptop, just create a folder and call it a name, maybe creative idea, maybe give it any good name that will make you to revisit it each time. So you store your ideas in there, and when it comes as it comes, write it down the way it is as it comes, sing it the way it is. If it is song, sing it straight to the recorder the way it is, and keep it. It will help you when you want to get back to it. And it's not only because you will forget it, but it will help you to arrange. Okay, this maybe you have 10 of them, you can arrange them later, and okay, this one I can join them together, this one and this one will flow, or maybe I can put them together in the same book, or it will be a series. So that is how it works. Don't trust your brain to keep it all. Your brain is not a dumping place. It's a very busy should I say a very busy system. So it will drop some, it will drop the things that you don't visit, and you don't have all the time in this world to keep visiting and revisiting everything that you want to store in your brain. So that's not going to really help. So it's good you store it, you keep it by writing it down, by recording it. Use a recording app. You can download as many, there are so many of them, and record it. You can use your phone text messages and send it to a friend or send it to yourself, but I will warn you about sending your ideas to friends. We should still, we'll get down to that. For you to capture your thoughts, do it immediately. Don't wait. Don't think, okay, let me relax, when I have the time I will do it. When you have the time, you will forget it. When you have the time, it might not flow the way it is flowing. When you have that time, it might not you might not be in that sync, in the rhythm to get it the right way it should go. And many of the poems I've written, many of those should I say, the ones I really like, I don't know what others like, they are the ones that I wrote at the spur of the moment. I have 3 of it that I wrote while I was walking down the road. When I saw something, I penned it down as I was walking. I had to just stand and pen it down. So I'm looking and penning it down. So when you look at it, you will still see the, should I say, should I call it the spirit behind that thought. It will still be there. So don't always wait. When you have that great idea, go straight and write it down. Go straight and say it out to your phone. Record it, keep it. It's not a waste. You might forget it immediately after that, but once you revisit it, you see, okay, this is that idea, and that spirit or whatever that was the rhythm that was still there will be, should I say, to resurrect, so you can still flow and go through it. So you capture it immediately. Make sure that you don't wait. Create a system, maybe your idea bank. Me, I have idea bank for stories, idea bank for poems, idea bank for just I call it spur ideas. It just came to mind. I will explore it later to know, okay, is this thought really good, or is this thought, maybe I know it's novel to me because it's something that I haven't had before. So when the site comes, I'll have to write it down, I'll have to record it. So that is how it goes. Make sure that you do it immediately. So capture your thoughts, capture it, everything, capture everything that you think, every of your creative moments, every of your creative thoughts, every of your new idea. Capture it immediately. Don't wait, because it might not wait for you. It comes and it goes. In my language, they will say the thought comes and goes, you know. So you capture it immediately, and that will help in future. That's something you can work on in future. Another thing you should do is to prioritize ruthlessly. You should be ruthless in your prioritization. Don't think that you can do everything. If you want to do everything at the same time, you will lose a lot of things. You might not be able to finish. So you need to ask yourself that question: which idea, which of these ideas that is coming to me, which of these ideas that I've written, which of these things that I have to do, can I do at this point in time and get the best results? Because not all of them are urgent, not all of them are very important. So you look at it, it's important, it can wait. Okay, it's important. If I don't do it, maybe this is the season. You know, there was a time that when I wrote one other poem that says where is a woman's home, and that was in a time that women were going through a lot in my country. It was like there was an outburst of things that were happening. So you look at the time and, okay, what should I do which of these ideas should I develop now to get the maximum output, to get the maximum influence, to get the productivity, to get it, because there are some ideas when it's wait and it will be out of season, it will be out of should I say fashion, it won't some of them are very timeless actually, but no matter what, you still publish it, you still have to put it out, you still have to develop it, but check which one is urgent, which one should I do now. So prioritize ruthlessly. Don't think you can do everything. Your time is limited, your energy is limited, and for people like me, my money is limited, so I don't have all the money to waste on everything. So I'll have to prioritize and say, okay, this is what deserve my attention, and this is what deserve my time and my money at this time. So we've come to the end of this break time. We are entering into the next session of our deep work time. Is our 50 minutes of sprint time. So during this sprint time, our employer will encourage you to take 3 things that you want to achieve and put it before you, and let's work on it. Don't bring everything to the table. 1 or 2 at most, 3 of them, 3 tasks that you can achieve and make it achievable. So we still talk on how to improve our productivity, how not to lose your creativity, how to get those things going. Even when you lack the idea, you can go back to that bank and select some. So in the next 15 minutes we'll be working, and once it's 11:50 we'll be back here again to talk about how to improve our productivity. So we've come to the end of this section. This is another work section that we've just ended. So it's a mindful break time. You can stand, stretch, go for a walk. That's 10 minutes of your mindful break. So you need to be present in your break, which is very important. And again, for those that are listening to the chat, we are talking about how to improve our productivity, how to not lose your creativity, how to always stay on top of your game. Like I said, you don't need to trust your brain to be a dumping place for your ideas. Once the idea is there, so make use of it. And the first thing you should do is to keep that idea, catch it immediately, record it. It's important that you pen it down or you record it. There's two ways you can go about it. You capture it by writing it. You can create a notepad, maybe a diary, that you can always put your ideas in and tell yourself, okay, this is my idea box that you can draw from. Or you can record it using your phone recorder. That's another way of doing it, recording it using your phone recorder. If your phone, or you haven't found one in your phone, or you think the quality of the recorder in your phone is not that good, you can download an external app for recording, which you can use. You can also use text messages. Sometimes I'll just write it down and text it to my husband or text it to myself, so you see it there. You can revisit it, but don't trust your brain to keep a record of all your activities, of all your thoughts. And another thing you shouldn't ever do is to believe that yes, you will remember it. You trust your brain to remember it. Maybe later you can put it down. So when I have the time, I will write it. When I have the time, I'm going to discuss it. You might forget it, or maybe that the rhythm or the push or the idea will just disappear. So don't wait. Once the idea comes, write it down, record it, send it as text message. Make sure that it is documented. So document your ideas. That's very important. Another thing that you should do is to prioritize ruthlessly. You need to be a pro when it comes to prioritizing. You need to cut off the unnecessary things and know the things that can wait, know the things that can't wait. Not every idea is urgent, and not every urgent idea is very important. So some of them are for now, some of them are for later. So you identify those that are now. And how do you do that? You look at the ideas and say, okay, which one of these will I do now with less input, let me say less time, or you can do to get the maximum output? Which one is due for the season? Some of them are for a time, so you do it at the right time when you get the maximum output. Be sure to do the things that will give you the maximum outcome, and the one that you can do with the time you have. That's very important. So another thing that you do after you have prioritized ruthlessly, you cut off everything. Make sure that you don't drag yourself that you want to do everything at the same time. Let's just say you have an idea on how to create something physical. You have an idea on how to maybe you're writing a book. You have an idea to sing. You have an idea that brought maybe in your mind. You have a written spoken word that you just got. You don't have to do all of them at the same time. Just choose one or two, concentrate. You have to put your focus, your energy on the things that matters to you, so you don't bring all of them to the table at the same time. Or what happens when you bring it, when you have too many things, it's just like you're looking at a mountain and you have this little hole in your hand that you can use to be chipping on it. When you think, oh, how do I just pull this whole mountain? At the same time, it will be overwhelming. It's daunting. It's something that you might just have to, it's okay, let me go and rest and come back, and that is just the end of that creativity. That's the end of that innovation, and that is not what you want as a human being. That is not what you want as a very productive should I call you a guru? You want to be productive. You want to get the best out of your ideas. So pen it down. After penning it down, choose the things that matters. And after you have chosen those things that you think, okay, they matters, you need to learn to cut your task into manageable chunks. you cut it and say, okay, within 30 minutes I should be able to do this. 15 minutes, maybe just put 10 minutes each, writing 50 words, writing 100 words, writing 200 words. Or maybe if you are singing, the first one is to make it just to write it down. You're not looking at the reading for now and all those things. You just need to learn to put it in manageable chunks, so you don't look at it and you're overwhelmed. Most times people don't do a lot, not because they don't have the strength, but the task they are faced with is overwhelming, it's too much. But you learn, once you learn to break big into small manageable task, it will be easier. This is because if you have that big mountain and you're chipping at it and you are consistent, there is no way that job won't get done. So consistency in chipping it, which means you should plan and break it down. So okay, every 5 minutes, every 10 minutes, every 1 hour, this is what I'll be doing towards that task. As you are contributing, chipping it little by little, before you know it is done, task complete. So learn to do that. Another thing that you should do, and don't overlook it, is to leverage on collaboration. Is very important. Collaborate with people of like minds, people that are trustworthy. And you know, the first break I told you that you can type your ideas, your just that spark of idea that came to your mind, you can send it out, you can talk to friends, but you should be careful who you talk to. It's very important that you're careful about it. Me, that is, I've lost very good ideas to people I called friends. That even I call somebody, oh, you can we develop this, can we write this book about this? After we shared the idea, we brought other people in, we shared the task to be done. Before you know it, everything went quiet. And just give it 6 months, I was invited to come and contribute to that book. You can imagine. And now it's published. And because I can't just do that, I know what happened, so I didn't want to go through it. And that is the second time it's happening. And so you should be careful who you send your ideas to. Before you even finish thinking it, they will develop it if they are not trustworthy. So you can create another, you can have another phone that you send through your WhatsApp. You drop your ideas there if you don't have trustworthy friends. And there are very few trustworthy people on earth. I don't know if I'm lucky or unlucky, but I think that is it. You just need to be careful who you send your ideas to, who you discuss your secret, should I say your little seed of ideas to, because before you know it, it will be growing in their own garden, and that is not what you want. So you need to be very careful, but learn to collaborate with people, and you can do it with wisdom. Learn how much, or they can sign contract with you, because if you are writing a book, if you are doing any creative art, you will need other people to contribute to it. You will need an artist, you will need those that are doing the instruments, you need so many people to contribute to it. So learn to get your contract signed, so you can hold it to them. So they will have to sign contract that yes, they're not going to steal from you, and they will sign the contract knowing the role. If you don't know how to draft it, you can browse, you can also seek out a lawyer. Sometimes it might not cost as much as you losing that idea, you losing that very important should I say creativity that you just brought out, that people can steal. So it's important that you get that document, and while collaborating, be specific which role each person is playing in that, and don't allow them to steal your ideas, but collaborate, because you might not have 100 hands, but if you collaborate with different hands, it will get done. And know that sometimes that your idea, little idea, might be another person's passion, so it might make it happen earlier than you think. It might make it better and more beautiful when you collaborate with others, because you know, ideas, when it goes, before it goes through me to another person, something will be added to it. But just look at those that have like minds and discuss your ideas with, but be careful how you share it with them so you don't lose it. That's very important. And so we've come to the end of this break time. Is another springtime once he's 12. So once he's 12, I will encourage you to start your reading if you are reading, start your writing if you are writing. If those for those that are proofreading, you can do it. For researchers, for students that are reading, it's important also that you learn to improve your focus, you learn to improve your retentive ability, you learn to improve your retrieval ability, so you can retrieve information when it matters, so you can retain as much information, so your brain will be active, so your memory will be blessed. So this is what we do in this space. So we are starting now. Our focused work time is 50 minutes. So during this sprint time, I want you to focus on the task at hand. Then during the break time, you can go for a walk, you can do your meditation, you can listen to the discussion we are having. So today Audrey will be discussing on how to improve your productivity, how to manage those your ideas that keep popping up and you don't have too many hands to handle them, how to manage them and still be very productive. So that's very important to those that are very creative, those that their brain is working. You know, sometimes you think, how am I able to do all this? You can't do it, but there is a way you can manage them and they will not be lost. They are just kept for the future and you still develop them all. So we'll be speaking again once it's 12:50. So we've come to the end of this section. These are break time once again. So we're on our mindful break. You can go for your break, you can stretch. And during the mindful break, I will encourage you to be present in your break. Take your break serious and take care of yourself. If you need to drink water, you can go drink water. If you need your tea, you can go for it, or have healthy snacks. That's very important, because you are not here to get yourself stressed. You are here to get productive, and your rest is part of your productivity. So you need to take your rest serious. Go for your break. If you have been working, you can take your hands off that work you're doing for 10 minutes. It's just 10 minutes out of the out of 1 hour. You work 15 minutes and you do 10 minutes break. That is very important, because that's how you are going to be productive. If you are just working and working with time, it will get to the point of diminishing returns, which means you put more input, you put more effort, you stress, and you get very little. So that's the point of the diminishing return in economics, and it happens in real life, because economics is also the study of life. Is the study that involves the society, the humans, and how we manage our activities, how we manage our finance, how we manage our income, how we manage everything around us. So that diminishing return is very applicable to human work life. So there will be a time you have much energy, so you'll be putting more and more. There will be a time you put that energy to yield you very little. So learn to rest, and during that rest, what you're doing is refueling. It's you now refilling your tank. It's you getting your energy back. That's the time you regain your energy. That's the time you gain clarity. That's that time that your body will have a breathing space in order to come back to it. You know, this elastic limit, when it gets to that breaking point, it goes shh. So the same way it happens with human life, with human activities. If you think it's by working hard that you make it, then you should ask those that are pushing all those hard things, that are moving heavy things, if they are more productive than those that are thinking. So I want you to use your mind and be productive. You use your mind to be smart. So you work smart. You're not just working hard, you work hard, but in a smart way. That means you learn to balance your rest and your work time. You learn to rest when you ought to rest. You learn to sleep when you ought to sleep. You learn to work when you ought to work, so you don't mix up work and play. You know, you don't mix up your play and work. When it's time for you to rest, you go with some work to tidy up, to finish up. That is not how to rest. And when it is time for you to work, you are busy checking your phone, you are busy being distracted. That is not how to work. So you need to learn how to manage your time, how to manage your energy, how to manage your focus. Is very important. And we are talking about how to improve our productivity. So the first thing I said, if you are a creative person, and you know, idea comes and go, if you don't hold on to it, it will disappear. So the first thing you should do is to always catch it immediately. So you need to prioritize writing it immediately. You don't wait, okay, the idea just came, and so let me wait, after eating I'll go write it down. After, you know, that eureka moment, the time that the lights just flashed in your mind, that is the time to write it down. So once that idea comes, make sure you have something always that you can pen down your ideas. That can be an idea, a notepad, that can be a diary, that can be your phone. It's very important that you have something to write it down, because after that the idea is gone, and it will be hard for you to key back into that rhythm. It will be hard for you to key back into that energy that brought the idea. So always pen down your idea or record it. Another thing you should do is to prioritize. You time block like a pro. It's very important. You ruthlessly prioritize those things that doesn't deserve your energy that time. Just cut it off for that time. Some tasks, some ideas, some needs, they can wait. They are some that are for now, and there are some that are for later. So you put them in the later, should I call it a pot that you put them. It can be where you write them down in in a folder where you put them in your phone, so the weight, they are not lost, so you don't carry all of them together and you are overwhelmed, because once you overwhelm, you'll be achieving very little. Instead of achieving, you are stressing because you want to do everything at the same time. You are trying to write it down, you are trying to say it, you are trying to let's just say you are a teacher, you are trying to teach, you are trying to write, you are trying to be a mother. You need to know which can wait for that moment. Okay, in the next 1 hour, what should I do? Which one should I do to get the maximum output from it, and use the minimum input is very important for you to be efficient. That efficiency will make you to be productive, and it will make you to achieve a greater result using very little input. So it's important that you prioritize ruthlessly, cut off those things that can wait, and keep them. It's not lost, it's not forgotten, it's kept safe. So you just put it safe, and you focus on one or two of your priority list or your priority task. So you focus on it, you put your energy to it. Another thing is to break down the big ideas, the big task into smaller ideas. Let's just say you have a course to write an exam, or maybe you are writing a journal, you are writing a thesis, you don't just say, oh, today I'm going to be writing. So you need to cut it down into manageable chunks and say, okay, in the next 30 minutes, in the next 15 minutes, in the next 1 hour, I should be able to write the background statement. I should be able to figure out the objectives of this study, to write the introduction of this story, or to develop this character of this story. So you should be able to time block and just put a time to it, and cut it in manageable chunks. You don't look at it as that big mountain it is. If you want to write a book that will be up to 500 pages, maybe a book that will be up to 200 pages, 100 pages, and you say, oh, I'm going to be writing that book too, it might be daunting, it might be overwhelming. So it's something that you should look at it as, okay, by the end of 1 hour, I should be able to write 500 words. I should be able to write 200 words, or maybe I should be able to make this correction. So make it manageable. Cut down those big, mighty tasks into manageable chunks. Is very important. So the next thing you should do is to leverage on collaboration. Don't give your ideas to those that will steal it. Be very careful. So when you are collaborating, collaborate with people that you can trust. And even if you can't trust them, and because you might collaborate with people you don't know, learn to use your contract, learn to write agreements, so you people know which role each is going to be playing, and which idea, or whose idea is which. So when they steal your idea, you can easily sue them. Me, I've lost some really good big ideas that others have published, and there is no way of suing them for. But I've learned you don't need to go through what I've gone through for you to learn. So learn and get it. That contract, don't waste your time writing say, oh, I can trust you, can't you trust me? No, you need to put it down. Even if the person will say, oh, you can trust me, and tell the person you can just write it and send it as an email, or send it as a text, so you keep it as an evidence. So when something go the other way, you can sue them. It's as simple as that, because your idea is yours. It's not something you will lose. And if you share your idea, those it just came to your mind, like for me, I will send them to my other phone, I can send them to my email, I can send them to my husband, because I trust. If there are people that you can send it to, you trust, it's okay. If there are people you don't trust, please don't send them such ideas that came at the spur of the moment, because that your little seed might be a big tree in another person's garden before you know it. And learn to use your written agreements to hold them to their word, to hold them to their task. So when you are sharing, learn to hold everybody accountable. And please don't think that, oh, because they might steal it, so let me keep working. That might be overwhelming, and you don't need to go through that. So leverage on collaboration, collaborate with people that are of like mind, and make every statement, make every task, make every contribution, should I say, plain and clear. Let it be written and everybody sign, and then you collaborate. That will give you that 1,000 hands that you need to achieve that big task, because that's your little idea. When you share it, it might really bloom, it will become a big thing, and they will contribute, and it will become something that will go global. It may become something that will bring you the visibility you need. It's very important. Collaboration is important, and that is what they call delegating. So you can do the one you can do, and others, because because there are some big ideas. If you leave it to yourself 10 years, 20 years, you are still struggling with it. But collaborate with others, but make sure that you secure your idea, you secure your own innovation, secure your own rights over your own ideas. Don't lose it to others, because people can be so smart that you don't want to learn it the hard way. So I'm telling you from experience now. So learn to hold everybody accountable. If you are collaborating, let them sign that document and say, okay, this will be between us. I can't publish it alone, and I'm not going to steal from it. If you can't write it, consult a lawyer. It might be cheap, it might not be as expensive as you think, and get that written contract sent. So we've come to the end of this break time. We are going back to our sprint work time. Is a deep work time, a focused sprint time for us. So this 15 minutes, I want you to make it count, and I want you to put your mind to everything you are working on. The 3 tasks that you brought on the table, please work on it and minimize distraction, and train your mind to work in sprint. Is better that way, because there you will see that you achieve a lot. So if you are struggling with managing your time, your energy, if you are struggling with so many deadlines, you have so much doing, please join this group, join this community. It will help you a lot, and you'll see yourself achieving a lot with time. So we've come to the end of this section. This is another mindful break time. So for me, I'll be going on break. This is my lunch time, so I'll pause it and be back here in 5 to 10 minutes. So I wish you a very happy break. So if you're going on your break, make sure you are present in your break and don't go taking your walk along to your break, so you can enjoy your break and be present. Look at yourself and see how you feel and improve your energy. So you can eat, you can drink your tea, you can have your healthy snacks. Those are very important. So use this time to refresh yourself. And when I return, if there is still time, we talk about how to improve our productivity, how to manage too many tasks. When you have too many of it, too many should I say creativity, too many innovation and ideas coming to your mind, how you can manage it so you don't lose track of it, so you don't lose it, and make the best out of it. So I'll see you in I'll be here. If you're here, you can go for your break, and let's just leave it at the break. So I'll be pausing the live for now. Pause. Yeah. So it's a break time. Little. So before the break is over, I want us to also reiterate on what we've been talking about during the breaks we discussed, and during the sprint time, which is our focused work hour, is our time to put our mind and our focus to the work we are doing. So we are back from our break. That was my lunch break. So we have how many more? We have 2 more hours to go, which makes it the 6 hours. So you make sure that you put your mind to the work you're doing. Is very important. And during the break, you should be mindful. You should be on your break. You should enjoy your break during your break time. And during your break time, you're expected to get hydrated, which means you should drink water. You should have tea if you are drinking tea, or have healthy snacks. Those are important. You can go for a walk. That during the 10 minutes of break, you can walk around. So if you are going to be spending your 6 hours, you are not expected to be sitting for 6 hours. That is not healthy. So within that 6 hours, you have 50 minutes of mindful work, which is your deep focused work time, and 10 minutes of mindful break. So within each hour, we have the balance of work and rest is very important. So we are starting again. This is 2 p.m. So we'll be focusing on our work for 50 minutes, and after the 50 minutes, we'll be going straight into another break time. And during the break, please take your break serious. Your break is as important as the work time. So learn from this space how to use your break, how to use your work time. So when it is time to work, you focus on your work. And during the break, I'll be discussing, especially for students and those that are managing heavy workloads, how to balance your rest and be productive. If you are the creative type and you are struggling with managing your ideas, then we'll be talking about how to manage your ideas so you don't lose it. And it's very important that you don't share your seed. That's your ideas, the little ideas you have that just spark in your mind. You don't share it with those that you don't trust, because you might lose it. So there are ways for you to keep it safe, and there are ways for you to use it. You don't lose it. You just save it and work on it. Let's just say you prioritize your work. So it's very important to us. So we'll start another springtime now, and we'll be focusing on our work. So I want you to focus on your job, whatever work you're doing, focus on it. And you here in this group, in this space, we are accountable. So it helps you to be accountable to yourself. And during this focus time, please put your mind and reduce every distraction, and train your memory, train your focus, so you'll be able to work in short sprints, 50 minutes of work time, then 10 minutes of break. And during the break, you can put your chat or whatever you want us to chat in the chat, so we talk about it. If you're a student and you're finding it difficult to understand what you're reading, please put it in the chat. We might discuss it. And if you have any question on how to write, on how to do your publications, you can also put it there. It's very important that you discuss with like-minded people. And even if I don't have answers for you today, I might have it tomorrow, or consult others for you. It's very important to us. So use your time well. These 6 hours is a time for us to spend doing our work. So when we go on gallivanting and joining other groups to discuss, you don't feel guilty that, oh no, I've missed something important. So use this time to sort those priority tasks, and let us work for the next 2 hours. So welcome back from the break. We'll be talking again once it's 2:50. Yeah, so we've come to the end of this section. This is 2:50, so the sprint time has just ended. We are starting our break now. It's a mindful break, so I want you to go on your break if you are working with me, or you take your hands off whatever work you're doing. So it's time for the break, and you need to be present in your break. That is very important. You may ask, why do I need break? I still have energy. Last week we discussed, when do you think that you should take break? What time is the best time for you to go on break? And when do you think that is the, you can just put it down in the chat if you think your own idea or your own opinion is different from what I'm going to say on when to take break. I'll just make that very short, because break is very important in our productivity. For you to be productive, for you to be efficient in your work, you need break. You don't work at a stretch. Many people will think, oh, it's good to work at a stretch, I can always work, I still have energy. The best time to take break is when you are not exhausted. By the time you're exhausted, you've already entered the diminishing return time, which means you put much more effort than the outcome you receive. So that is not the best time. You don't take break because you are tired. You take break because you need it to recharge. You need it to gain your focus. You need it to gain clarity. It's very important. So you schedule your break. Is not till you get tired, till you break down, till you can't stand, till you are sick, then you take break. That is not the right time. The right time to take break is when you are not exhausted. And for you to get it right, you will need to plan your break. It's very important that you plan your break. So don't wait till you can't do it anymore, and don't go on and say, oh, I can still do more, a little more, okay, just give me 1 minute, let me complete this. By the time you keep doing that, you are stressing yourself, and you put more effort than you need to get that thing, whatever you are doing, done. So take break before you are exhausted. Take break before you are tired. And that means, as you are going out in the morning to go for your work, as you are planning that task, as you are planning that program, you are planning that project, I want you to factor in your break time. So put it that you can work, okay, you know your energy level. Some of us are not that strong, some of us are very strong, and even though you are strong, you shouldn't give yourself the burden that is going to exhaust you. So you schedule your break, maybe 50 minutes of deep work time, of maybe focused work, then 10 minutes of break. You can do it 15 minutes if that depends on the kind of job you are doing. If you are doing a physical job that needs a lot of energy, you know that you should take breaks in short sections. Once you do 20 minutes, 15 minutes, then you go for a break. That is more efficient than you going on and on and on and putting longer time. It's not that efficient. You can try it today and see, and maybe look at what you were able to produce when you went on a long time commitment, and when you take break in between. You might think, oh, you are resting, I still have work. It's not a luxury. It's part of you being productive. So let's then go to our discussion today. For today, we've been talking about how to improve our productivity. As if you are creative and you are the type that you have so much ideas, you have so much new, should I say, ideas keep popping up, and you are asking yourself, how do I keep up with all these ideas? The first thing you should know is that you should catch it immediately, which means you should record it, you should write it down. You don't wait till maybe when you have the time, you don't wait till you get home, you don't wait till you come out of that bathroom. If you're in the bathroom when you got that idea, please make sure you catch it then, because there you get the right energy that brought that idea to you, and you won't lose the track, and you won't forget it. And so many people, they lose their ideas because they did not write it down immediately. So make it a habit to go around with paper, maybe a little notebook, something like this. I always have this at hand, so you can write it down with pen, when the idea comes, or maybe just a thought, you just write it down. Even if it is just a line, put it down. If it is a song, you just saw it and you think, oh, this is new, you just write it down. Or you can use your phone, you use your phone recorder and record that idea. You can use it to record that song, record that new should I say creativity that just came to your mind. Make sure you do it immediately. That is the right time to catch that energy, to get into that rhythm. So you write it down, and after you've written it down, the next thing you should do is not to trust your brain to keep it safe as much as possible. Keep whatever you're using safe. For those of us that doesn't know where our recording app is in the phone, you can get an external one. Just record it and keep it. Then what you do again is to manage your time. See that some of them are not meant for now, so you don't bring all of them together on the table. That will make it overwhelming. So some of the ideas are for now, some are for tomorrow, some can wait. Not all of them are urgent. So you look at what the time is, the season. Let me just say the season. Some of them you look at it and say, okay, this is the idea that if I concentrate on it now, is going to give me the best outcome, is going to give me the best visibility, is going to give me the best result with less or little input. So you go for it. So that's important. Another thing you should also know is that though we have these, like me, if I open my laptop now, you see a lot of folders. Some of them are half written stories, some of them are songs, some of them not songs, poems, some of them are just part of my articles, that's academic articles. I have a lot of them to handle. So what you have to do is to also think about collaborating with others. Is very important. Collaborate with others. Find those you might you only have two hands, you can find 1,000 hands out there. You can find two more hands to help, and they are very important. But before you share your knowledge, before you share your idea that is just your little seed, please be very careful that you don't share it with the people that will steal your idea from you, because it happens a lot, and I've been a victim of that too. So don't go sharing your ideas with people that will steal it from you. Before you know it, you're still discussing collaboration. They will say, oh, can you show us what you are doing, what you want us to do. When you show it to them, you don't know, tomorrow you just see it published. It might just take like 1 month, 2 months. You see others talking about it, and that is just it. You've lost it. So you should be careful who you share your little ideas with. And again, if you think it's something big, make it should I say, it should be part of you to get them to write an agreement and sign it. Even if they are telling you, oh, it doesn't matter, you know, my word is my bond. Yes, their word is their bond. Please, can they send it as a text message? Importantly, let's not just say text message, in your email, so you can have an evidence that this is your discussion with them. And you also spell it out clearly what the role of each person in that collaboration is. If you can't do all this, you can seek out help from lawyers. You can seek out help, and people will help you write it, so they can pen it down and agree that they won't steal your idea, because it happens a lot, I must tell you that. But don't think because they might steal it and you sit on it 1 year, 2 years. There are some projects, there are some ideas that will just spark in your mind. If you are the only one working on it, 10 years might not be enough. But if you get 2 other persons to join, you might be surprised to finish it in a year or 2. So seek collaboration. Collaboration is very good. Look out for people that are like-minded, maybe those that are experts in the place you have your own weakness. There are some that can write well, then you look out for them. Some can do their analysis well, you can look out for them. Those that can spot out, should I say, their mind is very critical, they can criticize things and see a lot of errors, you can get them to be part of it. So seek collaboration is very good, it's very important. And it's also a part of delegation. You know, you delegate the duties. You do the one you are best at, and others will do theirs. And you will see sometimes that's your little idea. When you present it to them, they might make it look better, and it will come out better. That thing you are looking at as a small thing, when it comes out, it might be bigger. So look out for collaboration, and It's not bad. Don't, you might not trust them. In fact, there are very few people you can trust. So make them to sign agreement. If it is your idea, make them to sign agreement that yes, they are not going to steal this idea. But because me, I've invited somebody, okay, let's just do this. After we were like 4, we've discussed it, only for me to hear that yes, he's now heading it somewhere and other people are doing it and they've published it. So it happens a lot. Be careful. And don't, because of that, say you can do it alone and you will not be able to do it. So seek collaboration and get them to sign agreements. It's very important. Another thing is that you should accept that there are times that you don't have the energy to do it. There are times you have the energy to do it. So you should plan and you should focus on doing the most important ones when you still have the energy. So we've come to the end of this break time. It is another sprint time, and this sprint time is very special because this is the last sprint time of this day, Wednesday. So tomorrow is another day. So this last sprint time, make every second of it count. Every second, make it count, and put your mind, your focus, your concentration, let it be on the task at hand. So we'll be speaking again once it's 4 p.m. because this one will take to 4 p.m. to complete it that 6 hours, and we'll close for the day. Okay, I think we'll be ending it here now. And thank you everyone for being here, and as many that have joined us through today. We are coming to the end of the 6 hours, so we have 3 minutes which we'll use to wrap up. And welcome and thank you. That's Home of Beauty. Thank you for being here, and many others that has been here since morning. So let's reiterate on what we've been talking about. So you should take your rest serious. It's not a luxury, it is part of you being productive. So I'm saying it again, so you take it serious. And when is the best time for you to rest? The best time for you to rest is when you are not yet exhausted, when you are not tired. So don't wait till you are tired before going to rest, before looking for the break. Don't wait till you can't walk. Don't wait till you can't stand. So take your break while you are still strong. Take your break while you are still walking around. And that is applicable not only for the short breaks like the 10 minutes break, the 20 minutes break. That's applicable also for your leave. Don't wait till you can't do it anymore before you take breaks. So take your break serious. And how do you do that? Because you ask, oh, how do I know that I'm not yet exhausted? And some people will be like, oh, let me walk a little more, 1 minute. And you know, even in the discussions, I've seen this a lot when people are doing their discussions online and they are doing so many things. Please, can you, as much as possible, is very healthy for you to put that boundary. I know that that boundary is not a gate, it's not something that you used to, is so rigid. Sometimes it can be very flexible, but as flexible as it can be, let it not get to the time that will make you to be exhausted, because once you're exhausted, you are no longer productive. We'll talk about why you should take break, and that will be tomorrow. So for today, I want you to bear it in mind that your break is part of you being productive, because there is a way your body will take that break, whether you like it or not. So if you don't take it planned, your body will take it unplanned, and that is more harmful than you can think. So it's good you plan your breaks. That is the only way you can take it without being exhausted. So as you are planning your work, as you are planning to go online to do your life, as you are planning to go to your work today, as you are planning to do one thing or the other, that will take you more than 3 hours. Once that task is taking you more than 3 hours, some of us can't even go up to 3 hours. So try as much as possible to factor in your break time. Is very important. And today, let me just bring to conclusion what we've been saying. For some of us that are very creative, if you're creative and you do your things, you bring so much ideas, you might be working and the idea comes. Please don't wait till you get home, and don't be the type that, so when I have the time, I'll write it down. So the best time to write it down, the best time to do it is to catch it immediately. So when the idea comes, either you have your writing pad, you might just name it, like mine has a funny name, that's a creative pot, an idea pot. I have different kinds of them for different purposes. So always have your writing pad with you. If you don't have your writing pad, you have your phone, so you can use your phone recorder to record your idea as of that time. Why should you do that? Is because the energy that brought about that idea is still very fresh, so you will get should I say, the feeling of that creativity. So make sure you capture it immediately when the idea comes, that eureka time. Oh, I found it. Oh, I think this is going to work. Write it down and keep it safe. And again, there is another thing you should do. You don't have 200 hands. You don't have more than 24 hours. We all have 24 hours. It's very restrictive, and more importantly, we don't have inexhaustive energy. Our energy is exhaustive, so you can't do it all most times. If you have so much at hand, you have so much that you can do. You can think about collaborating with others. You can think about breaking your task into manageable chunks. These are very important. You can think about time blocking. You time block, I mean, you should be very ruthless when it comes to prioritizing your task. Time block it, allot time to each task, and make sure that the task, that they are manageable, a manageable chunk, so it will not be overwhelming. Again, what is very important is you managing your time, but more important is you managing your energy. Remember that not everything deserve your energy, not everything deserve your attention. So don't give your attention to cheap things, the things that doesn't contribute to the end goal, to the things. I didn't say, even, you know, some people, when we talk about the things that contribute to the end goal, they will think, oh, what of rest contribute to the end goal. So you can put your energy to planning your rest, planning the things that contribute to what you want to become in life or what you want to achieve. So not every quarrel, not every fight, not every gossip, not everything that you see, not every good idea deserve your energy at that particular point in time. So you have to prioritize, and prioritize ruthlessly. Is this very important? Does it contribute? Once they are competing, because so many of these needs, they will compete for your attention, they compete for this limited energy. So what will win at this point in time is the purpose. So what is the purpose that you want to achieve? So that purpose will tell you what you should put on the table at that point in time. They are very important. So for today, we've talked about you carrying your notepad or your phone to put down that idea. And very importantly, I've said it and I'll say it again now, don't share your little ideas, those your very unique ideas, with people that you don't trust. And if you trust them, you can share, but there are very few people you can trust, and when you share it with them, they might betray you. So make it a habit to write agreements with people when you are sharing with them your energy, when you are sharing with them your creativity, when you are sharing with them, should I say, the things that you want to develop, so they don't steal your ideas. People do that a lot. It happens quite a lot, people stealing people's ideas. So you can just write an agreement, and when they say, oh, please, you can trust me, don't you trust me? Yes, tell them that yes, you can trust them, but they can just put it in writing or send it as a text message or an email that yes, I'm working in this capacity with you. So you collaborate with others. Collaboration makes things work faster, because if you're afraid that, oh, they will steal, they will do this, they will do that, and at the end you have this big idea that you will be working for 10 years, you haven't finished, please consider collaborating with others. You can search online, you can search around you to see people that are that have advantage in where you are lacking, and let them collaborate with you and make them to sign this agreement. And you can give them the agreement to read first and see if it works for them, and they'll make suggestions. If they don't have anything to hide, they will sign it. If they have a lot to hide, please don't give out your ideas, because that little seed you have now, you might look back and you see it now growing in another person's garden. It has become a big tree and you are not part of it, and that can be heartbreaking, I'm telling you, because I've been a witness to that. You don't want to learn from your own mistakes. So learn from mine and learn from what others are telling you. No matter how you trust them, they might be your mentor, they might be your teacher, they might be your colleague. Please be careful how you share your ideas, and don't, because they can steal it, then hoard it. You can get them to sign contract, you can get them to sign agreement or send a test. And please, before you collaborate, make sure that you speculate, should I say you specify, not speculating, you specify what everybody will be working on, what parts they are playing. So at the end, it doesn't end in quarrel, it doesn't end in you losing a friend, because it happens also. But consider collaborating. From there, you can get that 1,000 hands that you need to get things done, and you get it done on time. Again, what you should consider when you are planning to be productive and get things done, you should consider the season. At what season, all these ideas that I have, which one is more important at this point in time, which will give me the most outcome, which will give me the most should I say productivity, which will give me the most visibility. So you start working on it, because not all of them, if you, let's just say you are a musician and in your mind you just have this idea, or something just came up and it looks Christmassish, you know, like a Christmas song, singing it now might not give you the best outcome. So you can work on it later, maybe a month later or so. Then if it is something that concerns Easter, or you know, just know that, and work with seasons, work with time, and know what time is best for each ideas. And remember that some ideas can wait, some are meant for now, and some are meant for tomorrow. But once you are able to capture them and keep them, immediately they came to your mind, it won't be lost. You can keep it for a very long time. You put it in what I call the spare pot. So you put it in that pot, in that idea pot, in that your creativity pot. So you can go there and pick them out later. You have some written works, you have some creativity, some ideas. Even if it is just one line, don't allow it to escape, because in my language they say that thought, it comes and goes. So don't allow it to go. Once it comes to your mind, write it down. If you don't have a writing material, which I would advise you to always have at hand, because if you are, let's just say you are in a meeting when the thoughts came, or you have something, you are in the midst of people, you are not going to be singing or saying it immediately. You can just pick out your paper and your little let me show you. I have them everywhere for me, like little diary. This way you can just bring it out while they are talking. You can just write it down. If it is something that you need to sing, you can just put it, please, you'll be repeating it, and just maybe go to the don't waste time, because if you waste time you might lose it, and that is not what you want. So your creativity is very important. Guide it and don't allow it to get lost, because it doesn't come every day. There are some days you are empty. If you are a creative person, there are some days you know that you are thinking, oh, what's maybe even they call it writer's block. Maybe you were writing, you see that, oh, you think, how do I develop this plot? At a time it will be a struggle, but if you are in a habit of keeping these things, you can just look through it and it will open its pian and you are writing. So always keep your creative mind active and write it down, capture it, share it with people that you trust. If you don't trust them, like there are very few people you can trust, then you get them to sign, and divide your very large tasks into manageable chunks so you can manage it and time them. That's very important. Again, manage your time. Importantly, manage your energy. Don't give your energy to everything. It's not everything that comes your way that deserve your attention, that deserve your energy. And that is the only way to reduce stress in this time we are in, because a lot of people are stressed because their attention is being dragged from every corner, from east, west. They are being dragged everywhere. They need to attend this, they need to go for this one, they need to be there, they need to be there, they need to do this. At the end, you are stressed. At the end, because your attention is dragged everywhere, you'll be less productive. So let's learn to bring our attention together and focus. Even the Bible say that we should have one eye, we should be focused. That is what it means, which means you don't allow your attention to be dragged everywhere. It's less productive. So you can plan it and give time to each part of your life, each thing that you are doing. It is more productive that way. So we've come to the end of today's work time. The Pomodoro, we use 50-10 today, 50 minutes of deep work and 10 minutes of break, and it has been a very productive time for me actually. And for those that are here, I hope you enjoyed it. Tomorrow we'll be here again by 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. and tomorrow then I'll be planning on how we'll start that the teaching I was saying, like teaching people how to use all the buttons in your Microsoft Word. I know that there are so many people, you think it's just that, isn't it just to type? It might not be as simple as that. For you to edit, for you to proofread, there are so many buttons. Once you know how those buttons, what they are used for, and how to use them, you will find working with your Microsoft Word easy. And you will be, you can manage, you can type, you can do so many things, you can proofread, color, and whatever you want to do is a very handy tool. So we'll be talking about how we'll start that. Maybe we do one button each day. So if you join me during those times, you should bring your laptop, because it's not something we just say. It's something, when I say it, you need to do it and see how it changes and see what you can do with it. So if you are still learning how to use them, or maybe you are an adult, you know, so many of us so many people that didn't start, I started then, let me not count myself and put, so many people that didn't start using computer earlier in life, they struggle a lot. When you talk about, okay, go and browse this, go and check this, you see them, they are anxious, but you ought not to be anxious, because these computers, they are easier than typewriters. Me, I use typewriter also when it was the running thing, and it's easier because than writing, because you can copy and paste when you are not studying, so it's easier to use. So we'll be teaching how to use those buttons, how to use the file, how to use the insert, how to use those common buttons on your Microsoft Word. So by tomorrow, if you are there, you can vote and say, okay, this is the day. And for the days I'm never available is Tuesday and Friday. So Monday, if it votes, is okay. Wednesday, we can do it after now. We can do it on Thursday. We can do it Saturdays in the evening or Sunday in the evening. So that will be something we'll vote about, and it is free. Me, I'm a teacher, and in any way I can help students to be efficient in their job, I am happy to do it. That is my profession. That is what I love it. It's not because I'm paid to do it, but I just like doing it. So if you want to learn how to use your Microsoft Word, tomorrow just come here and vote in and tell us when you want us to start doing it, and that would be very nice. So I will start it. So we do it maybe each day. It will be 1 button or 2 buttons. We do it and close, because I won't be staying long. It will be like 1 hour. I'm not should I say, I'm not going to be dragging it, because I believe so many people in this space online, they have other things doing. They need to grow their page, they need to do meet people physically, they need to do so many other things. So 1 hour each day, so you go and practice later. That would be how we are going to do it. And thank you for being there, Home of Beauty. I'm so glad you are here. You have always been here with me. I'm grateful, so thankful for all that you do, for your support, for your gifts, for your tapping and everything. God bless you, and see you all tomorrow by 10 a.m. again. So it will be another 6 hours of Pomodoro section 50-10. Bye for now.